Okay, looks like we are all clear. Remember the days where I kept fucking up the audio on all the videos? And we'd have it muted for a good 2 hours.
Good old days.
The good old days. Back in back in the channel's age of innocence.
Well, Cameron's coming through pretty good on the live stream, so he's good.
Six feet, Alex.
I'm not sick. I just had a stomach flu.
So what have you added to the wall?
That is a pixel art beat 'em up rendition of the movie World's End. And then next to it's Hot Fuzz.
Okay. The wall's slowly coming together. I see Ripley has reorganized her toys as well.
A bit. I've been cleaning.
So ready for the holidays?
I got a new bike.
Nice.
Ooh.
Nice.
That's my early holiday present, courtesy of Quentin.
I was sitting there waiting. I was like, I know what they're doing. I know what's gonna happen here.
Well, fucking Devin's the only one who fucking responded, and then he only did it in text, too. It's like, no, it's fine, it's fine. I'll work with what I have. But Cameron and Suzanne are now my least favorite.
It does sound
Which
very
means
different,
Alex
actually.
gets an upgrade. Yeah, because it's fucking
Finally.
new.
Yeah.
It's a standing one instead of the headset.
It's a nice model too.
Suddenly somebody in chat just is like, I don't like change. Just unfollows and leaves.
I'm scared to change.
Phil got a new mic. Bullshit.
The shit quality has to match your shit webcam quality. For my matrix pixelation.
It's a part of the aesthetic.
Well, shit, now I gotta up the Christmas present even further. Get bitter favor. I'll just go cry in the corner now.
No, you lost favoritism not for your gift, but for not responding to me in chat.
To be fair, I've
I
been
hate
setting
that
stuff
with you.
up.
I don't care for excuses. They're just explanations. It's not the same. So don't worry. Alex overtaking you guys will be very temporary.
Give it 10 minutes.
I guarantee.
Really? Only 10 minutes? I was going less.
He's playing Sebastian.
This is the only time where playing my character isn't going to, make Vale angry at me.
Oh, that's right. You had an event today. I remember.
There is one thing I can say, though, that would make Vale upset and fix the rankings.
Put all things
2,600.
No, shut the fuck. Alright. Bye.
Oh, no.
No! Well, Alex has taken over Vale Square, so...
Look what you did to the order. It's all your fault, Alex.
Your voice sounds so different now. It's so weird. It sounds like
Well,
higher.
Listen, no, don't tell me that. What's really good, however, is that because it's so clear, I can now perfectly do the Ubu voice that the Luwut speaks in the Friday game.
Yeah.
So then people have to listen to me high quality do this.
Yeah.
Isn't that right, Alex? They all fucking hated it.
I got got used to the
his sentient
peeking.
magic item. Yeah, that's how his sentient magic item has talked the entire time. And normally the mic is constantly peeking. It can't handle it.
I need to get Devin a mic stand for Christmas.
What do you mean? I have a perfectly good mic right here.
Yes, and every time we play on stream, the whole stream gets to hear click, 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 click. Snip, 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 snip.
You know, there's the stand you handed me because you ordered the wrong piece that broke on it.
That's true.
Because I am not even close to a setup yet to put in a mic stand or even work on a computer.
Yeah, you're playing on a laptop like a normie. I've been playing on a laptop for years. Getting a desktop this year was such a change.
But alright.
Everybody
All
ready?
things as they should be. You guys have just beaten the true Cerebus. Down in the pits, the belly of the prison of Noah. You guys have gotten some loot, some good loots. And on the other side lies the door. Giant stone door with various depictions of hooded figures, riding, fighting, and playing
Dabbing.
instruments. With some texts that none of you know how to read.
Yeah, that's
Does-
not a very high bar
It's not
when
really.
you're illiterate.
It's a very not intellectually impressive group, to say the least.
Do the pictures on the door look more ornamental, or do they seem historic at all?
That is a question that comes with the context of it, why it was there in the first place. You don't know.
Okay. And it's just a conglomeration, doesn't look like a story of some sorts being told or anything, it's just there.
Yes, this does seem to be like, if anything, it's like a mural. Whether it represents a particular event or whether it's just purely ornamental.
It's not the opening Skyrim mural where it's panning around the story.
I was totally kind of like, oh, is this just Alduin's wall, but for just this prison? But damn.
So, do we open the door?
You should look at a good old edgelord, see what he says about that.
See,
Edward's
that's
still
way
on the other
across.
side of the bridge.
He's like power
yeah.
walking across the bridge.
I don't think any of us ever got him. All he heard was fighting and then silence.
So he at least sees us, like little specks.
Yeah, I
walking
mean,
around, not dead.
it's very obvious that the true Cerebus is dead, so.
Yeah, that it melted into a skeleton, and then the skeleton noodled around for 2 seconds and then clattered back down.
A man punched it in the face. God.
Kitwana and
God.
Finwith are just... Yeah, Kitwana and Finwith are just spiritually high-fiving constantly. And then trying to break each other's hands when they high-five.
They are the kind of people who do the competitive, like, who can grip handshake strongest.
Yeah.
But anyway, as you're all talking, looking across the bridge, you see that Hellion is making his way over. And after a bit, he finally arrives. Lets out a long whistle. Looks at the remains of the Cerebus all over the place. Well, the lady was right. We do have an impressive group this year.
Wasn't too bad. I'd say I didn't expect it to get back up again, but I absolutely expected it to get back up again. Fuck yes.
Well, looks like you guys had fun. Well, I guess I can just escort you guys out of here now. Or you guys can take a peek behind the door.
Fuck yeah, let's crack this thing open.
Well, you're the victors here. Be my guest. Emotions.
I'm not touching it. I'm not pissing off whatever gods this is. You don't fuck with spirits, much less gods.
Fine. Would you like me to open the door?
I don't have enough salt for that whole thing.
I'm not physically able to open that door.
Might be mentally though. That's a challenge.
Alexei will move to open the door.
There's no fucking way he could lift that with his mind. He
All
doesn't
right.
have.
You don't have to lift it. You just have
Major.
to shove it.
Oh yeah, psychokinetic impact.
What is your strength, Alexei?
Strength 8.
Okay. You press your hands against the door. It doesn't budge.
Oh. Dig your heels in a bit.
Would this require some feats of strength, would you say?
You could use feats of strength, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, get your shoulder down in there.
It's not a super high number, but let's see. Yeah. 94?
You dig your heels in, go full brunt. You can definitely feel like the door can move, but the amount of strength you're putting into it is just not enough.
Would you like some assistance?
Yes, I would enjoy some assistance, Anastasia.
Yeah, make it a team effort. You all get cursed together.
You're the one with salt. Shouldn't you be the one protected? As he goes up to the door.
Not from gods.
And would you say being in this dungeon is the equivalent of night, not
Yes,
just darkness?
as we discussed last time, you're in perpetual night.
Alright, so that's a strength 11.
Okay.
Jesus.
Helps.
Yeah.
Vampires are freaks of nature. What can I say?
As you two press on it, the little bit of give that you were receiving before Alexei suddenly bolsters, and the door becomes more stalwart, not moving even a millimeter.
As they're pushing, Sebastian, now curious, is going to use a psychokinetic impact.
Okay,
He's gonna
go ahead.
Maybe it's a pull door. I mean, they're not supposed to, like, anybody's not supposed to open it, so maybe from, like, only the other side.
Ken's like, yeah, I've done that before.
It's a little embarrassing, isn't it?
A little.
I think it's more embarrassing the bigger the door, though, so, I mean, really, this is just... It's all on them.
Adding all these numbers. That is a strength 15, bumped it up to a 240.
Okay. You guys who are pressing on the door, you suddenly feel this massive impact. You can feel the stone vibrate underneath your hands. Bunch of dust falls down around you all, but
Oh, wait, you cleaned it off some.
doesn't seem to move even an inch.
The impact of it as he shoved it with his mind, Sebastian's clothes are kind of like rustling a little bit. So it kind of lands to a rest. You just, well, I tried all I can do.
I mean, it was pretty impressive. Looks like it hit it pretty hard.
It did.
Hey, see if you can get, like, your hands, like, under it or, like, in one of those little grooves and pull it out. Oh,
Anastasia looks for a handhold.
hey kid, what if it's a lift door? That would
No
suck.
handholds, nothing below. In fact, getting your fingers underneath it would be an impossible task. It is near flush with the floor. Kitwana comes over, kind of moves you to his side, and he's just like, "Let me show you how a real man does this." He flexes his muscles, kind of showing off a bit, places his hands, and he's like, "Ugh!" And the door begins to slowly move open. As the door begins to slowly move open, you can see an inky black abyss beyond its threshold.
In terms of lighting, or is this including the floor too?
In terms of lighting, and it's even black for you, who has dark vision. See? This is something only Kitwana can do, as he kind of like pops his chest out and just walks into the darkness arrogantly. You hear his footsteps going off, but from your eyes, Anastasia, you can see that his form slowly begins to fade. And then nothing.
Hey Kitwana, I wouldn't go too far. You're gonna get goosed by a shadow.
There's no response.
Uh-oh.
Silverbringer, do you got a spare torch?
No, didn't think to bring one over here.
There's just a Kitwana as he just trots past you guys straight into the dark.
Oh no.
Okay. Finwith fades into the darkness.
As they pass through the fucking Dark Souls fog gate.
Alexei shrugs and he follows suit.
Okay.
Has all the doors had this response when you enter the next floor?
No, this seems unusual.
Starts muttering Mattel and just walks in.
I had no intention of entering this door. Yet here I am, as he follows.
Siegfrieda crosses her arms. The contract did not say I had to go farther. Ryan shrugs.
Pussy.
Ken's just like, should we go after him? Guys? His voice echoes into the void.
But we don't hear any. Do I hear anything?
No, you guys lose all contact as you step in. So we start with Finwith. As you walk into the void, you hear a familiar crunching sound. As you begin to move in, you can feel a bite of cold air. And suddenly, you can see that rough outline of something. A small hillside, snowbanks, trees. Before you realize the world is starting to come into vision, it lightens until it's a dim night, a dim day on an overcast evening in Goldfire.
Kind of slows to a stop a bit. Reaches down for some of the snow, just crunches it in hand. Hopes to
Feels-
let it melt through.
Very snow-like, act snow-like. Cold as the water drips between your fingers.
No tracks in the snow.
Roll for me tracking or search.
84 tracking.
Looking around, it seems rather barren. No one has come by here recently.
Certainly not any one-of-size tracks.
No. Suddenly, you hear a voice speaking out, ethereal, deep. If you know what Dorman's voice sounds like from Shadow of the Colossus, has a very similar ring to it. It goes on for probably about a paragraph of dialogue or so before stopping.
And none of it makes sense.
No.
Gonna wait in the quiet afterwards. Eyes on the landscape, seeing if anything changes. Like shuffles it a bit deeper to the ferns. And begins to move forward to the snow.
Okay. As you do so, Alexi, you also hear familiar crunching sounds as you begin moving through the darkness. You start seeing the large, long, snowy slopes of Hoffman as your world begins to brighten, and you realize that you're somewhere in the peak of the world, deep in. Snow is falling. As you're getting your bearings, you also hear this deep voice speaking in a language you do not understand.
Kind of squints and looks around, trying to find where the voice might be coming from.
You look, and in the snowfall, you don't see anything. Definitely nothing that can generate this kind of voice of this deepness and clarity.
He kind of takes in the very cold air. It's very refreshing after having been in the South for so long at this point. And then he kind of looks around for anybody else and kind of sits there concerned as he kind of sticks his tongue into his cheek and looks around. He is very, very far away from where he was. If he looks behind him, the blackness is completely gone, right?
No, yeah, you're just suddenly in the peak of the world.
Begins trudging forward, calling out for Kitwana and everybody who had entered before him.
Your voice echoes throughout the snowy mountainside, though subdued and quieted by the snowfall. You feel isolated. Anastasia, as you're walking through, the sound of stone gives way faintly to the sound of wood. You feel a difference as you walk onto something soft. As things begin to get clear around you, you see faintly a table, a fireplace, a large paned window with thick curtains drawn over it, and You absentmindedly place your hand out, and it grabs onto what seems to be a wooden bedpost. As things get clear enough, you find yourself in your old room. Back in the Sorbonne homestead. Or I should say mansion.
Everything looks like it was the last time he's seen it.
No, surprisingly, it seems more lived in. Last time you saw your room, way back when you decided to leave Rosencrantz, it was dusty, cold, spider webs everywhere. It looked like it hadn't been lived in for a while, but this seems much more lived in.
Does the room look like it's been gone through it all? Anything out of place?
No.
He like cautiously pulls back a curtain to look out the window.
You do so. It's a overcast day of city Rosencrantz as you look over out into the very well tended to garden that your mother always painstakingly worked on. Which you remember, that garden had become an overgrown mess of weeds and tall grasses last time you had seen it.
Does it sound like there's anything outside the door of the room?
Roll for me your search.
Sebastian, I'd be worried if I were you.
I'm in fear.
That's Cameron's favorite condition to cause.
Yeah.
That is a 108 search.
Listening out the door, you do hear the sound of someone moving around. Your heart suddenly skips a beat as it's the sound of familiar footsteps.
You keep cutting out, Cameron.
Weird. Weird. My computer changed to push or voice activity randomly.
As for the footsteps. Okay. Do the footsteps sound like they're heading towards the door?
Nope, sounds like someone is meandering around the living room.
It's got nowhere to go. Might as well open the door.
As you open the door, we move to Sebastian. You do not walk, so you hear no sounds. but you suddenly become aware of the presence of objects that get close to you. Innately, you put up your repulsion field, not wanting to be touched by something in the dark, and you hear the sound of metal scraping on stone. As your vision begins to open. Oh, by the way, for Anastasia, you also hear the deep voice. And as for Sebastian, as your vision begins to clear, you see the frames of what look to be bunk beds. Now, askew and moved in the room, you find yourself in a dark, gray and dreary room with no windows. Footlockers at the edge of a set of 4 sets of bunk beds. And the poorest excuse for a carpet strewn across the ground, or a rug on an otherwise stone floor. Worked stone, though. Not cobble or anything, but cement. Your heartbeat begins to move faster and faster as you hear this voice going on, talking to you. And after it's done, you're left there floating in this room that still haunts your nightmares.
He looks around to see if there's any signs of life that's been there recently.
Roll for me your search.
It's gonna be a 96.
96. Okay. Looking around, you see the faint remnants of 012, 139, and 108.
Just standing there for a moment, the composure breaking slightly. He tries to leave the room.
Sorry, I have to write notes down before I forget. As you open the door, we move back to Finwith. You're somewhere at the foot of the Mirenheim Mountains. A lot of it looks familiar.
Kind of takes in a deep breath, the biting cold. Familiar and comforting despite the situation he doesn't really trust. But he takes a long breath, a couple, before he lets out a really echoing, sharp whistle, the same type that you all had heard before when they were calling for to one another, the Ward Hunters. Listening if anything calls back.
As you do so, there is a long moment before off, several miles away, you can hear the faint whistle call to you back.
shakes off the bear form, keeps moving, and accumulates till he has enough to paint some snow red growing wings and to take off.
You do so. And before too long, you can see the remnants, or not the remnants, the small but sturdy buildings of your clan at the foot of the Mirrenheim Mountains. As you can see several hunters looking up at you in the sky.
After the avalanche, should any of these be here?
No. And you recognize some of these people.
He doesn't know what spirit nonsense this is. But there is the feeling of being on a set path despite having all of Goldar laid out before him. Gods and spirits don't send people places without a reason. So, as unsure as he is, he folds his wings and gradually heads down.
As
Still
you
eyeing
see-
the higher mountainside occasionally.
As you do so, several of your clanmates notice you. And call out to you. Hey, Fenrith! Did you see any of those southerners?
No, not for a bit.
The Southerners always get afraid of the cold. Whenever winter comes around, our raids become so much more scant.
Snow drives them off. They don't have to live in it.
Weak Southerners. Though you seem to have taken after your father very well. A good shaman to be. Pat you on the shoulder.
Kind of hooks a wing around, just like letting the heavy weight of it sink down for a moment. The small grin despite himself. Too easily falling into the old rhyme and rhythm.
He smiles. It's an old friend of yours. Probably one of your best before everything had happened. So, do you think that we're really going to do it? Take over the mainlands like we did in the past?
I don't know. Not sure if I'd want to for some of it. It's hot down there.
Yes, those big cities are such a blight on the land. No peace will go around when so many buildings are about. Oh, stupid Yingling. Though, personally, those, the horse fuckers, what were their names?
Baldasung.
Ah, yes. The Baldasung, now they got some lands. Just imagine what kind of great beast pens we could put in those open lots. And the horses would make for such good feed.
Wargs are certainly a better mount. What's a horse gonna do? Step on you.
Right. If your mount cannot kill someone, then what's the point?
They're a little dim-witted too.
Well, I mean, they are horse fuckers after all.
I meant the horses. Kind of
Oh.
shells with a wing.
I don't know. The horses seem to have a very nice, getting all nice and plump with such glossy looking fur. Not a hint of wildness about them. Right spoiled they are.
Yeah. Prey animals. I fall into that. Easy tamed. Easy killed. They're just lucky they're fast.
They won't be the fast enough. Not after schooling, but deals with them. The Doom Bearer, they call him nowadays. Can you believe he takes such a name?
I don't know. Think it might be kind of apt.
Oh, have you heard from them?
You know how tales get. People blow things up. But if they're throwing around strange stories, there's got to be something true in it.
Well, no one has brought this going together like this Doom Bearer before. If he really has one of the Devourer's children as his aide, then he might be chosen by the gods.
Just gotta hope no one else gets chosen too.
No. No god will put us through so much chaos. We'll to see him tomorrow for the first time. We're to make the long trek to the meeting grounds before we start the war.
Kind of pauses and just looks across the buildings at the people in sight.
Unlike many of the other tribes, the Schooling are much more nomadic than most. While some take to a particular season to stay in an area to get its resources before moving on, the Schooling are much more fast-paced, never staying more than a week or two in a particular area before moving again. Much of the time, the Schooling hunts and survive whilst they travel, only setting up every once in a while to get some rest and relaxation necessary for survival, or in times to let the women go through their labor and bear new children. Schooling do have a habit, though, of not having children until spring. In fact, many children, winter children they're called, are not expected to live very long, as the clan cannot just sit and wait for them to grow up, more or less.
Fenwick was born December 20th.
Yes, Finwith is a winter child.
Kind of huffs out a bit of steam breath. Hey, you, if Skullenberg can get all of us together for the first time, so long. You think the other clans could pull it off?
Pull it off.
Make it nice for a day.
Whether they could be up against us? No. I have been hearing stories, though, that the Baldisung and the Yinling are privy to what we're doing, but they won't stand a chance. What are a bunch of horse fuckers and city dwellers going to do? At least if it was with the Thiru, we would be having more of a battle on our hands. But they seem more content to squabble amongst themselves.
Yeah, not the best fighters. And the Baldasong, I guess, on horseback if they're in the plains, but anywhere up here, nah. And in the snows.
Well, we don't have time to be standing around talking here. He slaps your chest.
Yeah.
We're going to have to break down early in the morning and get moving. So, we got to eat a lot tonight first. So, put those shaman powers to use and get us some good food.
Alright, I'm going. I better come back and not find you with your feet up, though.
That's only because you took too long.
Sounds like a Yingling excuse to me. So yeah, kicks off. Bit of a run. Flare wings.
We move back to Alexei. You're trudging through the snowy mountains. You make your way around what has been an arduous hillside. The snow is really deep and angled, and you have to do your best to grip the mountainside while avoiding falling down, the mountainside down to the base, which is hundreds of feet below. Not too much, and at least if you did fall, you would just tumble through the snow. It wouldn't be pleasant, but would be
Survive.
Yeah. As you turn around, you see a familiar lump in the snow, which indicates the campsites of the Skolinger.
On what terms would the Skullinger be with the...
I'm sorry, I think I mispronounced it. The Frostcollier, sorry.
Frostcollier? Huge difference.
Well, it's the Skolinier is a different thing.
Fair.
But yeah.
He'll approach the campsite, kind of announcing himself.
As you come in, you see old friends, most of which are no longer with you. They turn. Alexei, how goes the scouting? Did you find the beast?
With these eyes, you know I can't find anything out in this blizzard.
No, and they all kind of rib each other a bit. And they're like, bah, it's okay. We'll find it soon enough.
Kind of looks among the group.
All but one of them, are currently no longer with you. They had all died on a particular hunt.
It's kind of like a somberness there, but kind of goes and sits with the group.
Here you go, brother. They hand you a bowl of essentially borscht.
He eats it happily.
The fire is warm. They have dug into this little cavelet that is just keeping y'all clear of the snow. It's particularly warm in here. The fire going. You've come a long way from being a Kindle breaker. Pat you on the shoulder. A Kindle breaker, you know, is a lot of time when they go out into the mountains. One person typically has a pack full of nothing but wood and kindle for various fire survivals. Or, well, fires, because it's imperative to survival that you keep warm. And in these mountains, finding any kind of, wood is nearly impossible. These peaks are covered in snow year-round. You can only get wood if you go down into the valleys.
Remind me again, which beast are we tracking this time?
I know you're nervous because this is the first time you've gone up against one, but still, you cannot forget that we are going up against the Ginagafs. Ginagafs, yeah.
Oh, what's that one?
You know that these are creatures that are supposedly rose from the blood of the devourer when it was spilled long ago in its fight against the first emperor Zorn Giovanni. They are voracious, destructive beings that are nothing but claws, wings, and teeth. They're terrible creatures and can bring untold destruction to any communities they come across.
I'm not too nervous. I'm sure we could take them down, no problem.
Yeah. Well, that's good. Confidence is the key to survival. If the creatures see that you're afraid, you're dead. Well, the snow is going to make it too hard now. We will continue in the morning. I hear there is ruin nearby. Old place. They like to go in those. Hopefully we can find the nest. This just fills you with a sense of impending dread. This is the very hunt where most of these hunters lost their lives.
Just kind of like a gripping in his chest. As who knows, this might be a time that he could do something to fix it. Looking among the accomplished warriors, the best he can do now is go along with the hunt.
Of the ones who are here, Svarti was the only one who made it out, besides yourself. The hunt changed him, and he became a shadow of himself in the years to come. Many of the other hunters, Svarti including, at this time, you saw were some of the top of the Frostcollier. Frostcollier were never a huge group, in particular. But they were enough to handle the challenges of Hoffman. And many of the ones here you saw were the top of the top. Accomplished Froscalier who mastered many of the old techniques. Many whom you still have high praise for, as they were very powerful warriors. So, as you tuck in and wait for the storm to pass, we move back to Anastasia. As you walk out into the living room of the Cerebone household, you see your older brother.
Is he pacing?
No, just seems to be relaxing for a day. He notices you. Anas, how is my baby brother doing today? And comes over and pinches your cheek. Well, he does so, which is strange because you're wearing your full armor set.
He just tries to brush him off.
So, why are you not training with Trey?
My mind was somewhere else. And I did not think I would be able to practice my best if my mind was hard to keep on track.
He tilts his head at you. You sound so mature. I don't recognize you at all. I mean, I know Uncle Harlam has been putting you through the ringer, but still. I didn't think it would age you so, little brother.
Maybe I just needed a day of rest.
It's important, especially for us knights, to be always in our top condition. If the other clans were to see us in any lesser states, well, we would lose face. And you know what Father always said? A knight's face is his most important asset in getting the ladies, maintaining the peace, and keeping his head.
What about you? Why aren't you training?
Well, it's been hard lately. Radovan has been a concern to our uncle. And so I've been spending much of my time keeping an eye on him. If I can decide what has the poor boy so depressed, I guess to say. He goes to his studies. He does everything his father asks for the most part, but he always seems dark and dreary, like he has no passion for anything. So, Father asked me to keep an eye on him, see if there's anything that's causing him any dismay. And I'll tell you, I swear his depression is contagious. I mean, all he does is just gaze out the window for hours on end. Anyway, it's been a surprisingly tough job, and I'm traded out with our dear sister for the evening. Give her a taste of it. She's always complaining about not getting enough responsibilities.
We'll see what she has to say when she comes back then.
She's, like Mom, very determined. I'm sure even if she has a terrible time of it, she'll come back and say it was the best job she's ever had.
I know she can have a temper sometimes. Hopefully, everyone's in one piece when she gets back.
That's true. She might grab right of him by the neck and throttle him if he's gonna keep this up.
Aside from his depressive nature, haven't really had a chance to meet our cousin. What's he like?
Well, I just said that he's very dull and dreary. Studious, smart, but airheaded. He doesn't seem to have anything, no passion, no drive. He seems very aimless. I mean, he's been like this for the last few decades. But it just has gone on a little too long for dear uncle's own tastes. And the fact Amalia is doing so much better as far as her studies is concerned is a growing, well, issue.
Given the conversation he's having, can he kind of place the year this is?
Yes. This is very reminiscent of the decade before everyone went into torpor. Though, what year specifically is hard to say. The torpor could be coming in a year, or 5 years, or 7.
As he glances around a bit, double checking the room, seeing if it's exactly as he remembered the living room being.
Yeah. Before the torpor.
His mother in the garden again?
Yeah. She and Father have been fighting a lot lately. She just doesn't understand why it's so important for all of us to be knights. Ever since you and Trey were born, she's been especially protective of you two. But look at you now. Well over your first century. Already doing well in your schooling. Maybe it's the Amoros who have her on edge. They keep picking up strays off the street like it's the newest fashion.
It is a cause for concern.
Yeah, well. Father seems to think that they're planning to overtake everyone. Power in numbers and all that. Even though whatever they pick off the street doesn't seem to be much more than your common rabble. Nobles by name alone, if you know what I mean.
Aside from picking up strays, have they done anything else recently that would have Mother particularly on edge?
No, not particular. Maybe it's just the stress getting to her. And it's funny too, she and father were in such good terms not too long ago.
Well, since I have a day of rest, maybe I should go get some fresh air.
Sure. Though, just be sure you don't have too much fun. You know how Trey is with his competitiveness.
All too well. I'll try my best not to get into too much trouble.
Good. Otherwise, you're gonna have one of us on your ass anyway.
Most likely going to be you. I doubt dear old sis is going to leave her job that she's so desperately wanted.
True. And you have yet to beat me even in a single of our spars, so you stay in line, mister.
He mockingly salutes and walks out the door.
So walk out the door. We move to Sebastian as you open into a dimly lit hall of lights, vaguely flickering from the poor connection.
He makes his way down it.
You make your way down the hall. You come to a large set of iron doors. You punch a number into the keypad next to it, and the door slides open. And you see 012, 129, and 108 in their combat gear, getting ready for another one of your oh goodness, what are they called? I can't remember what the term is called. It's a specific scenario in like a combat simulation.
Ah, shit. I'm in the same boat. I feel like I should know this.
Yeah, it means this is like a particular scenario in which the two teams are opposed. One, for instance, tries to deliver the target, the other one tries to destroy the target. And you look across and you can see him. 091. And your blood runs cold.
What's his reaction upon seeing me?
He turns. Gives you a very half smile. Very reserved, though.
What's going on here?
012 looks over. Well, glad of you to join us. We're getting ready for the... I had it. It was there, and I lost it again.
The up?
No.
Simulation?
No. I'll think of it. We're getting ready for the mission. We thought you were going to the room to develop strategies. Have you prepped anything? Now they look at you. They're all children, ranging from 12 to 15. They don't look at you as if you're any different.
Based on the age they are and the people that are actually in this room, can Sebastian determine what mission this was?
Roll for me or memorize.
Something I actually have.
Surprising.
Figure of all people, Sebastian would have a good memory. That was shit. 65.
It's
Type
the
it in chat.
repression.
Without further information, you don't know what mission this is. You do remember very clearly every mission where you and 091 were opposed to each other, though. Of the 18 or so missions, one haunts you to this day.
Do you have any more details you think would be beneficial for my strategy? I feel like I have come up with something. Looking specifically at 091.
You're the tactician. You gotta know. We depend on you. Uh, 108 turns and looks at you. 108 is the leader of the group. We move on your orders. I just keep everyone in line. But if you don't have a strategy, we're going to get toast. We're coming up on the final rankings. You know what that means. And this is a 100-point match.
Sebastian's hands start shaking a little. Definitely remembers what this mission was. And he remembers his strategy like he came up with it yesterday. I'm completely and utterly prepared.
He nods. Well, get your gear.
Puts it on.
We go back to Fenwith.
So
I see you guys.
Was it a scrimmage, by the way? Is that what you
Scrimmage!
That's it.
That's what it
There you
was!
go. Hey,
Ah!
not that that's gonna help Alex at all for what's
No.
about to happen.
I was trying to think of the fucking robot battling term, but I couldn't think of it. Sorry,
See, I kept thinking of skirmish, but I knew that wasn't it.
I was on that too. I'm like, it's
Yeah.
so close. Scrimmage
so
is
similar.
exactly what it is, though.
GG, Devin.
actually, I shouldn't do that. That can be gifted.
Do it now. Gift it. Destroy him. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and then we're gonna hop back to Finna.
Okay.
Talk among
Ooh,
yourselves.
Alex, what have you done? What have you done? That's his favorite. His favorite is hurting us, and you've given him so much ammunition.
I have, and he's not even bringing up the other thing I told him.
Oh, that's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
He can't come out with it all right now. Somebody's
God.
gotta save.
I did so well to like give such little information about my backstory. There's one very strong moment too that came up like that had me scared because if literally a phrase was uttered in game, it would have revealed some information. Because I'm very positive y'all know what's going on.
Oh,
Yeah.
no. I don't know no things. I'm so in character, I know jack shit.
Yeah.
Oh man, I had to resist though when he was just all like, "If you don't have a plan, we're gonna get toast," and I'm just like, warm buttery toast, like just flooded my.
I don't see a problem with that. Sprinkle some cinnamon on top, the blood, of your friends that you failed.
It was. Oh my god.
You know what? You should just go into the memory and just mind blast everybody. Just murder them all, and then you don't have to deal with the trauma of what actually happened.
Oh, Anakin on him. You got this.
Unless you're just gonna order 66 anyway. You having it okay there, time?
Just like
making a lot of facial
I
expressions.
have something planned.
Oof.
All right. So, Finwith, what do you do? Hunts like normal?
He does. He follows along, kind of half kind of hiding in the normalcy of what was. The other half anxiously resigned that this has some type of greater purpose. Things like this fairly rarely happen, though. The largest of whatever he catches, when it is dead, he leaves it and mutters a low kind of to himself and to anything out there. Valheim, Valdir, Nord, the Fate, Jared's children, wherever you are. That's yours. Mercy for this.
Okay.
And anxiously kind of leaves behind the best of his catch.
You do so. Unfortunately, this causes you to bring back less than probably what should have been adequate. Your friend, Skadif, just makes fun of you for it. Just, oh, look at me, big old man, can't even get small prey.
The snows are high, and he just thumps a wing into him to try and knock him off balance.
He gets knocked off a bit. He laughs. Many of your clanmates come over. They make fun of you. It was just the way of things back then. You were very good friends with a lot of people. A lot of people, since you became head shaman for your clan so abruptly, you didn't quite fully get into the whole wisdom-bearing aspect of it that your father was meant to teach you. And thus, for the time being anyway, they'll give you shit. knowing that one day you're supposed to be the spiritual and wise shaman to lead the clan in the coming times. Your clan is very close-knit. Many of the men and women are very rowdy. Most of them have no problems with the way of sculling living, even with the newer changes of the constant raids down south. It has brought an unexpected prosperity to your group, to the point where you guys have traded off so many baubles from Southerners that you guys honestly have not much need to get new gear or make anything new. Some of you even have nice, fine, metal crafted weapons that will last for years to come.
When the concern is survival, it's nice to just be able to live for a little bit.
The next morning, though, it's cold. It's very cold. As the clan breaks down before the sun even paints the sky a nice purple color. And you guys all begin making out for the meeting grounds. The base of the Mirnhume Mountains, in front of a large cave. You hear ritualistic chanting as one powerful voice booms out, followed by an army of other voices calling out in return. And there you see the Doombringer. Doombringer?
Bear.
Doombear. Gunnar Skollenbert. A part of you knows that it's this man's fault that the Skulling are no more. He underestimated the Southerners, and he underestimated the Baldasam and the Yinling. And the unexpected third army of the Therin coming in. The Doombear is the one who set you all up against the other clans, not respecting their strength. And you know that the time of the sculling is drawing very quickly to a close.
How much longer after the meet?
Once the meet has started, it goes on to about midday, and then the armies will begin to posture up and begin to fight. And then the snow will come crashing down just before sunset.
He's anxious instead of before, where he kind of got. His father's opinions had never been in favor of the new plan. It's what eventually led to his unfortunate end. And by this point, before, Finwith had kind of brushed it off. Different opinions, but that's the way that it goes. And, I mean, who could deny this? This many people gathered, the power of the sculling, especially so much better, and this man has a child to devour, and now Finwith doesn't find himself kind of hyped up by the excitement for some great battle or takeover. Feels very outside looking in, even surrounded by people. He feels alone before he's lost them. Looks over faces that he's familiar with. and up past them all, up higher into the deeper snows. Wondering if they're already up there setting off their little trap, getting ready. If it was in the chaos, if it can be stopped, if there's a way to stop it without the armies dead, but the sculling alive. Wishes he had Sebastian there. Sebastian would probably have some type of idea. He's good at that kind of stuff. But it's not. At some point, he kind of finds himself a little bit more withdrawn off to the side, and it's not really the place for anything that requires too much concentration. But he sends a small prayer to each and every one of the 8 tier. For some skewed version of what they are, for what they are god of, and how there's something that can change here, and you can do it because you are god of this, and this is why that would work. But no, they overstep. And Finland does not believe that the past can be changed. But he doesn't because he is their shaman, and he should. Then his last prayer is to Skull and to Skull's child that fights beside the Doom Bearer. That when he dies, when he falls, that he please not take the sculling with him. And he drifts back into the crowd when he's done, and he finds his good friends, and he soaks up as much of their attention as he can. As many slung arms and elbows to the ribs and stupid poking fun at him as he can get. He brings up people that are already dead and brings up ridiculous tales with the other groups who've tried to see what everybody's been doing. Tries to live a little in the moment.
Okay. So, beyond that, you let the events from before play out?
No.
No.
When they happen, he doesn't stay fighting below. In the chaos, but before the avalanche, he turns his gaze higher up, towards the peaks, and takes off the whirled wings. He doesn't know where they were. He doesn't know who exactly. But against the white of the snow, and high up so that the sun glare doesn't get in his eyes, he looks for whoever killed all the ones below.
You look. Roll for me a search. Or tracking, your preference.
And I have plus 30 for the allies. One tracking.
Okay. Looking out, you look for anything high on the mountain peaks. Looking down over the battlefield. You see everything that's going on. You see the large black and red scaled dragon that is laying waste to the Southerners. You see their armies, which, whilst many are just even with the sculling, they're large beasts, and the territory giving them advantages, but the large number of other clan members and their better equipment, better weapons, better armor, evening the battlefield. You turn your eyes away from the battlefield and you look onto the mountains again, peering, looking. You don't see anything. Suddenly, near the peak, there is a massive explosion that triggers a powerful avalanche. And you see a figure on the top of the mountain, far, dark. But the avalanche has already started.
Not enough that they already know it's coming.
Oh yeah, no one knows. This is no mystery.
No.
Suddenly you hear the dragon let out a pained cry as it plummets just into the wave of the snow.
Does the opposite as he rises past the snow. He's seen the rest of it. He wants to see who was up here.
All right. You head off to the dark figure you saw at the top. The now barren, stony cliff face. And as you approach, they whip this cloak around them, and they disappear into the faint amount of snow on the top of the mountain.
Lands heavy with a clatter of talons. A new stone. Eyes searching in the light. They did for the Arctic Chimera before.
I need you to make a notice roll. Okay, not bad.
I finally put some notice on a character.
No. Where am I? Okay. You hear faintly the sound of snow moving, and you turn to see as a youngish man, black hair, wearing an Arctic Chimera pelt, lunges at you with a dagger. Make a defense roll. I don't know why I rolled again. I already rolled it before.
Hey, Devin. Hey, Devin. Fuck you.
Can't fault me for something that happened 5 years ago.
I can, and I will.
Okay. You raise your arms to block. The blade doesn't do a lot, 10% of its damage. But you see that the wounds that you take explodes with a deep coursing energy as you
Gets
still
their
take
armor.
40 points of damage.
Ah.
I remember that dagger. That was a very mean dagger.
It's a very scary dagger.
He snarls some like at the strike as it kind of carves up his arm with the energy, but it comes out more of a muffled, almost screech from the owl shift. Before he almost kind of tries to grab at the elbow of the man to kind of like drag it past and just, you already won. It's already done. I'm not here to fight you.
He looks at you. Head cocks a little confused. And he says, "Oh." And you feel it ripple through your body, the word he says. Like it has a profound weight to it.
I hate you, Devin. I hate your character.
Suddenly, darkness swallows up your world. Slowly from the outside and coming in, leaving just you and this man before even he is swallowed up by the darkness.
As it's kind of coming in, he's like, your name. Who are you? As he's immediately like moving forward to like grab for him. Wings fluffed out as much as they are, but it's not anger on his face, it's just a moment of desperation as the black closes in.
Aaron Black. Is, again, his words profoundly vibrate through your body.
Kind of pauses. Immediately swaying from the desperate need to know to the absolute fury that even one of the stories was right in some way, that this man is in fact, that he's done this, that he's behind it. Of course it's him in all the stories in some way, in some aspect, though this, he's supposed to be on their sides. He sent both sides to their deaths. Did they know? Did he tell them? They would have agreed. And he lunges for him just before the black takes him.
Just as quickly as you're swallowed by the darkness, it fades away. And you find yourself on a frosty Goldarian mountainside. Small hillside and some trees nearby. As we get to Alexi. You all rest. And when the sun has raised high enough and the surrounding snow seems to have stabilized. You all cut out the other frost collier, leading the way to the old ruin. You trek down into a valley, and you can just barely see parts of it. An entryway shrouded in darkness. Carefully, you make your way down, sliding on the hillside and making your way over the icy remnants. Going down the stairs, you see an ancient ruin, dilapidated, void of most but its foundations. But you can still see that descending, crooked stone stairwell that leads deeper into the earth. The men break out the torches, light them, and begin heading down. Each footstep of each man echoing throughout the halls. You guys descend down. I need you to make a notice roll for me, please.
With the glass, or is this a sound or sight based? And with the glasses apply.
Glasses will not help. And this is a general roll, so sight and sound both apply. So you don't need to apply the penalty.
Okay.
Because you either will see whatever it is or hear whatever it is. One second. Give me just a moment. You guys are doing well on your notice checks.
I mean, Alexi has a lot of notice. It's just if it's sight based, he takes a huge penalty,
Now you have glasses.
which alleviates some.
And those handy glasses also allow you to see magic, so that's interesting.
Weirdly, has a lot of correlation with the frost color too, which is really interesting. How you doing, Alex? You look tense.
I'm terrified.
I did that wrong. 1 second. Should have did this beforehand, but I was deep in the storytelling. Slinking in the shadows of this ancient ruin, you see a beast of pure chaos. Its jittering maw, bony structures and wings, its ever-morphing body, horrifyingly chittering in the darkness. Almost as if being triggered by you observing it, it leaps, coming in and ripping into one of the nearby men. Though, you're in a group of elites, Froscalier, and they take arms. What do you do?
Oh, look, a baby.
If I have an idea of what this is not a baby.
No, it's very baby. I know exactly what it is, and I love it.
He begins to, well, first of all, he announces the creature, even though he wasn't able to stop it from taking one of the guys. But he begins to accumulate and preparing himself for battle, drawing his bastard sword.
As y'all begin taking arms, the men go in to attack it at various points. You remember this point last time. This thing was horrifying beyond belief and you hesitated. This time, you're not going to let that happen. As the beast attacks, it morphs, growing new jaws and new limbs as it whips out in different directions. You're left with an opening. What do you do?
He dons the armor and then swings on the creature.
Okay, make an attack roll. Okay. You strike deep into the creature, doing a lot of damage to it. Let's see here. You do 190% of your damage.
That's 209 damage.
209 damage. A serious blow. And as you strike into it, a new arm reaches out of its wound at you. As the beast suddenly grows.
Hey, can you get a souvenir from that?
4 limbs made of black ice that lunge at you. One of which are aiming at you specifically. That's only going to be a 209 though. As it screams and strikes, striking at you.
It's a 197 block.
It strikes your armor, not dealing much damage. Though it seems more successful on some of the other men, dealing a hefty amount of damage to some. They all begin to push it back a bit, it defending itself with its arms the best it can. As they beat it back, it suddenly morphs again. This time on the from its mouth, it opens up, and 4 more frozen arms of black ice come out. What do you do?
He is going to accumulate and he's trying to kill it quickly. So maybe he can save those from that day. So he will unleash Frostlander.
Okay.
That first one is going to be a 291. There's a nice picture of the creature in the Roll20 if you guys want to see what it looks like.
I'm assuming everyone would have looked at it.
It's definitely horrifying.
For real.
You strike into it.
How could you?
You do 240% of your damage.
I meant horrifying in the good sense.
It's the yeah. I'll let you get away with that one, even though I know you don't mean it.
That's going to be 288 damage.
Okay. Make your next attack.
.283 attack.
You start going as you do 230% of your damage.
Uh, 278 damage.
Okay. Go ahead and make your next attack.
.215 attack.
Okay. 160% of your damage.
Uh, 192 points of damage.
Okay. And your next attack.
.213 attack.
160% of your damage.
That'll be the 192 again.
Okay.
And then his final attack.
As you strike it that time, it suddenly lets out a blood-curdling screech. I need you to make a magic resistance roll, please.
All right.
Figured I was going to roll that one.
That'll be a 115 MR.
Oh. I'm surprised. All right. You find your mind begin to roil as you begin to lose sense of anything around yourself. Before you realize, a demon comes at you from out of the shadows, attacking you. Only for 187.
That'll be a 318.
Okay. You parry it aside with the greatest of ease. You look across the room as many creatures made of disheveled amalgamations of arms, limbs, and teeth are fighting each other, and you lose track of the Ginagos. They begin ripping into each other. One of them suddenly gets decapitated by another with its large, meaty claw. What do you do?
Try to finish off the one that just got decapitated. Or no, it just got decapitated.
Yes, it is currently as dead as it can be.
He'll try to attack the one that did the decapitation then.
Okay.
Maybe having an opportunity to get it. .256 attack.
They didn't do that well. That is going to be a 213. Striking into the creature that you find that it has a body that's incredibly dense. The bones acting as some kind of thick armor. The chaos continues. Creature fighting creature. The one that you just struck attempts to strike you back. That's going to be a 222.
That is going to be a 222.
It strikes into you, and the blow comes very close. These things are rabid, willing to destroy at any cost. One second, I am looking at the extent of the effect. Brilliant. The effect is not in the game, but that's okay, because there's a similar enough effect. As the chaos goes on, one of them begins morphing and creates a giant, very visibly vulnerable arm, as if all of the skin had been peeled off of it, jutting out from its grotesque mouth as it sweeps by and just annihilates one of the other bodies. It is your action.
Do I notice how the Frostcollier, rest of the Frostcollier are doing?
It's strange. You don't see them here.
Oh, sorry, I should press the button. He'll take the time to look for him.
As you do so, you are set upon by one of the ones on you again. $197.
That's terrible. That's 173.
It strikes into you with its big meaty claw, but your armor defends you.
Probably.
The creature making its way through the room, or one of the creatures making its way through the room, suddenly sprouts a pair of serrated wings, and it cuts through another one of the bodies.
Was that the one that previously grew an arm before? Or am I not sure?
Yes, the one that had previously grown an arm before has grown 2 serrated wings, and thus using those to destroy one of the other demons.
He's going to go after that one.
Okay.
Something's not right. The Frostkellier should be in this room, though. But yeah, he'll go for that one.
All right. You break away from the one that was on you. It strikes at you.
I have a minus for breaking away, right?
Nope.
Oh.
219.
That is going to be a 214.
Okay. Not enough to do damage. It does bang you, but you keep going for your target.
He swings at this one. That is going to be a 201.
You feel your blade sink through and slash through this one, but it stays standing.
Second attack. That's 25. Oof. That's a 174.
Again, it doesn't seem much for defending itself as you strike into it, but despite the large weapon you're using, it does not seem to go down. You slash into it, and it keeps going. It suddenly opens up its torso and lunges. Several spear-like protrusions jab out from its insides.
Would this be applying an onslaught penalty at all?
No, you attacked. Yes, actually, technically, because you got attacked after you or on your turn.
Okay.
So 237.
197.
Not enough for damage. Next one. 251.
That is going to be a 200 on the dot.
Okay, just not enough for damage. And the last one on you.
This one would be a minus 70.
Yes.
Okay.
236.
That is going to be 182.
182. Still not enough for damage. One of the other demons suddenly comes up on it and impales it with a large, spiked-like protrusion. It lets out another horrid scream. I need you to make another physical resistance check. Or not physical, I'm sorry. Magic resistance check.
That's a little better, at least. $133 magic resist.
Okay. It's ear splitting and it hurts severely. But it finally collapses to the ground. And you can see now the person who had stabbed it was not a demon, but Stavatsky instead. And as you look around the room, you know that there are mostly down Frostkellier taken down by sword strikes rather than what this creature could deal as.
He exhales as the pang of regret hits him.
As you look at the horrid face of your ally, who has now realized what has gone on, what has happened, you find your world consumed by darkness. And then it gets much colder. As before you realize you are on the side of a mountain, making way in deep snow during a blizzard. So, Anastasia, you're walking around the family quarter of City Rosencrantz.
Looks around, sees the streets as quiet as it normally is.
At least in this part of town, yes.
Seeing nothing too out of the ordinary, he makes a slight turn and heads for a gate that leads into the garden.
You open the wrought iron gates with a slight squeak. Before you lies a garden full of various roses and other flowering plants.
He just wanders through the garden until if he comes across his mother at some point.
You hear her before you see her, as you can hear the very soft humming of her favorite lullaby to sing to you and your brother, when you were younger anyway. As you come across her, and she's there, wearing a sundress, despite the cloudy overcast. Something always seen as reckless, as so much skin showing leaves one vulnerable, especially outside. And she turns and sees you. A sweet smile crosses her face. She, unlike your father and your older brother, has brilliant red hair. Long, that goes down to her heels. She does not much to style it, just slightly keeping it out of her face. As she smiles at you, she stands.
What are you working on today?
Oh, just some belladonna. I find that they have a beautiful leaf.
Do what you gotta do, Suzanne.
As when you come up with a bunch of names like that, you need a reference.
That is when you come up with names. on, Alex.
Oh no, these notes specifically.
You didn't even come up with names, you came up with numbers.
I didn't make those.
You didn't even do that.
No. You expect somewhat too much of me.
Lore says you and Dad were fighting. Again. Are you okay?
I am always okay, my child. I find that sometimes reputation is more of a birdcage. Like we are some kind of songbirds expected to play a certain tune. I don't know why. Iqbal and his kin get to sit all high and mighty, while ours are the ones who have to defend the city. Especially it's such a blessing that you and your brother are.
What would you do if you weren't in this cage?
Just raise a family. That's it. All you need is you kids and your father. When his head isn't so firmly up Iqbal's ass. Though I guess being head of the house has its downsides. Ever since the elders went to their final sleep.
What's it like outside the city?
You're not missing much, child. Much of the outside is just full of misery and pushing others down to get ahead in life. As much as I'm not a fan of the way he does things, Iqbal has done something great here. This is the first time that so many of our kind has gone and gotten together in one place. And yet, it still feels like we're so secluded from the other families. You'd figure so many of our noble race being together would be a good thing. But in the end, it just makes it easier to get stabbed in the back. I just wish we could all get along. But House Amorous is just picking up any filth they find on the street. I don't know why Iqbal lets that happen.
At this point, Anastasia would know that where his not maternal aunt is, right? He would have knowledge of her there.
Of his...
Iqbal's sister.
Oh. Yes. Which is not on the sheet. Oh no, I'm looking at it.
If he's not doing anything, then why'd he send his sister there?
I'm sure it was to make peace with House Amorous, or maybe it was some ploy to gain power. while Yvonne is in that ramshackle house, she still bears the same blood as Iqbal, and thus she has a good head on her shoulders. Though she hasn't expressed quite the tyrannical grip that her brother has. Maybe it was still a sign of him trying to get things under control. And poor Lady Yvette having to matriarch over such a strained and tilting house of cards. She's always been too kind.
Has she picked a successor yet?
No. Many of her true kin are still opposing to Yvonne's ascension to matriarch, saying that it's just Iqbal's ploy for power. But no one seems to keep things in order as much as she and her husband do. The other children are too busy fretting around, scheming, and picking up whatever strays they can, as is their house's way. You know, it's funny, it would almost have been a good thing had they kept their standards up. Many members of the house are still so loyal to Yvonne for what she did for them in their day. The elders of the house, which is more why they don't want to see it fall into the hands of another family. But they refuse to do anything about their rabble-rousing kin. The constant blood orgies are becoming a strain on the local population of fodder. They see it as nothing as fun, but they think that humans just grow on trees. It takes more than a season to replenish those. I wish they would see that.
There's no way to make a law or anything? Short of us having to enforce?
That's it. That's what we do. We enforce and we keep the rabble in line. House Serban, the ever-cleaning up stable workers of the... I'm sorry.
No, you're not wrong. I'll admit I've had similar thoughts. Especially with how hard Uncle's been on training.
I have to give it, you're all your father's children, that's for sure. Y'all dedicate yourselves to being heartless as much as any generations before. It's rare to see you away from your combat studies.
My mind was wandering too much. I didn't want to take as much of a beating as I did last time for my mind wandering.
Well, rest is important.
Is Trey training like normal?
Is who?
Trey.
Trey. Yes. I'm sure he's with your Uncle Haranam right now.
This has been a question for a while, and I don't know if I've asked it. Why does it seem like Our uncles are harder on me and Trey more than the others.
Lauren was a prodigy. Learned fast. By the time he was done with his first century, he was better than your uncle Decibel. Or Decibel. Decibel. And before he was done with the second century, he had even surpassed your father. Your sister, she gets special treatments. The women in our line are prized more than others, and against many a complaint from your father and his brothers, she wanted to become a knight regardless.
Always wants to be included.
She takes after me more than anyone would like to admit. Though she feels your brother's shadow probably better than anyone. And not only that, but she, being as tender cared to as she is, feels like she needs to prove herself even more. Which is why she's over at Thickval, or the Rosencrantz, playing babysitter. A child. You and Trey are special. Twins are not born very often amongst our kind. A blessing. And everyone seems to think great things will come of both of you. After all, you both must have a strong life force to survive. Even your older brother has high hopes for you both to be knights. And he's a prodigy. I think Trey especially wants to make his brother proud. And yet there's you. My wonderful little Anas. And your more easy way at going at things. Yet you have surpassed Trey in both combat and normal studies. Your uncles seem to think that you've inherited your brother's talents. Though you're still nowhere at where he was at your age. Regardless, they think a lot of you. And I'm sure before too long they'll be inaugurating you into the Heartless. It pains me, to see those jars on display. My children ripping their hearts out and displaying it as some great sacrifice. It just looks like torture to me.
Anastasia's look kind of darkens a little bit at the thought of the ceremony, despite knowing he still has a bit of a ways to go before it's his turn. How old was Lauren when he got his?
After he beat your uncle Harlam, so 1.5 centuries. About your age now. And your sister has only recently gotten hers. And she's so proud of it.
Well, maybe I'll wander for a bit more.
All right. She gently places her hands either side of your head and kisses you lightly on the forehead.
He gives her a quick hug before he walks.
She smiles softly.
I would assume training normally took place on the gardens. Or was it a different place that training took place?
You have a large property, and thus there's a open area with a small barrack and training field.
He's going to head in the direction of the training field, and once he gets close, he's going to stay enough out of the line of sight that he's not easily noticed, but close enough he can watch.
Looking over, you see your Uncle Herlem. Looking down at Treyan. Both in their armor, Trey seemingly struggling with practice. Your uncle is a very rigid in both face and personality. Strong, square face. He's got silver hair, though it's kept at a very short cut. No. You keep swinging your weapon around as if you're trying to cut through brush. You have no art, no technique. And look at you, tired. Putting in twice the effort and getting half the results. Fighting like that would bring us much dishonor. Your brother looks up, is very beaten down, but gets up. I want to go again. All right. Imagine what your brother would be doing in this situation. You are of same form, same height, same weight. It should be easy. And your brother gets into it. Trying his best, but still seeming to struggle.
Is he holding a similar weapon?
Yes. The Gros Messier.
So he watches until the training's done and waits till his uncle walks off to walk up to his brother.
He sees you. Unlike you, his hair cuts more short, much like your father and uncles do. Well, your older brother and sister, you tend to keep your hair on the longer side. What do you want?
You okay? You took quite a beating.
Yeah, I did. What? Feel like you're too good for practice?
No, didn't want to get another beating for not having my mind in the right place.
Yeah, well. You know, if you focused more, maybe you could be at the same place that Lauren is.
His fist clenches for like a split second before releasing it. So, where are you struggling? Maybe I can try to help.
I don't
I
want
hate
your help. Every time you teach me something, you get praised.
You think I asked for it? I'm just trying to help.
Yeah, and all you're doing is showing yourself up over me.
Have you tried a different weapon? Maybe that's the problem.
You know what's, Anastasia? If I wanted your help, I would ask for it. Everyone else here is older than me, but you... we're the same. I'll take the words of someone older before I take you.
Well, maybe it'd be better if I was never here. Maybe you would fly a lot better. It seems to be I'm what's weighing you down. And he just glares down at him.
He kind of looks down, somewhat ashamed. Look, it's hard for me. Everyone expects so much of us. You have talent, and yet for some reason I'm taking my time. We're already a century old, and I can't seem to do the same things that you can. And I try harder than anyone. I study. I take no time to myself. No days off. I put all my blood, sweat, and tears into it, and I still come up short. But you can take a day off, and you'll still be ahead. So I'm sorry, brother. I have let the stress get to me.
That's fair. Your concerns are valid, as are your issues. I just wish there was a way I could help that didn't involve with them dragging you more through the mud.
Just keep doing what you're doing. If you were to suddenly give up, start doing worse, then they might blame me for that you're taking pity on me. Or worse yet, they might just drop you altogether. Just I don't know. I want to do Dad so proud. I don't know why we have to be knights anyway. The mortals are fine. It's not like we have to guard them like shepherds.
I've been considering that as well. I think that's why my mind hasn't been straight. I understand the importance Father has on it. I know I just get a bitter taste in my mouth at the thought of it, though.
Well, that's what it means to be a Serban. If it wasn't for us, Rosencrantz wouldn't be here. Iqbal, as powerful as he is, could not keep so many of us in line.
You say in line. We have a house that doesn't speak. We have a house that constantly schemes. And then there's us. Is that really control? Or is that just keeping us in one place?
I mean, Mom's told you what it's like. How our kind are hunted by the fodder. That unless one has a house, they have nothing. And we have a strong family now, a strong house. We could probably run our own city. What do you want from us? What is it that you want?
I honestly don't know. I'm just going with the flow. But I don't feel like I should be a full knight. It feels wrong to me. At least as far as ripping my heart out is concerned. I know it's part of family, but it doesn't feel right.
But if we're knights, if you're not a knight, what are you?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Hopefully I figure it out before the ceremony.
You know you can't leave.
No. I think I feel I could do more for the family if I wasn't limited to just guard duty. But I don't know what it would be.
There's my two little brothers. You see Larentive walking out to you guys. Somewhat armored, but more of a dress down, casual.
But different from what he was inside the house.
Yeah, he's not in straight casual clothes. It's like casual army, you know. It's like you still have your casual armor on in a sense, but nothing like heavy duty. He comes out. He has your father's hair, silvery, somewhat longer, though he keeps it in a tight ponytail. Bangs out of his face. And he has a gross Mesier on his shoulder. So, I got caught relaxing, and I've been told to give you guys some pointers. Well, Trey some pointers. But since you're both here, I figure I'd beat both of you down, you know. Show you who's boss around here.
Like it isn't obvious enough already.
Well, you know. He just smiles. Trey's just like, Sure, yeah. Brother, what should we fight?
The lesson's a lesson.
He seems eager, and he takes up his stance. Larentive sits there, relaxed, just motions to you both. He's like, when you're ready.
Anastasia waits for a split second before trying to dart around his brother to try and get an attack from behind.
You do so. Go ahead and make an attack roll.
That is a 200.
200. Okay. You get around behind him. He doesn't even seem to move too much to get in your way. And as you come in for a strike, his shadow bleeds out and juts a spike right up towards your face, causing you to back out of the attack. Trey comes up and tries to swing from the front. It's rather sloppy and a huge tell. Larentive just takes his gross mazie out and, as if like a rapier, just bats his weapon to the side and then pushes him off with the tip of his sword. Come on, I've seen mortals fight better than this.
Thought using your shadow was cheating. We don't have that ability you do.
Well, attacking me from behind seems very unknightlike, isn't it? He just turns his head and smiles at you.
He shakes his head, walks back around to the front.
And come on, let me see what Uncle's been teaching you both.
Anastasia runs up, uses the full weight to try and get a full swing towards his brother.
Okay.
That is a 168.
He sighs and he's like, now you're just doing the same thing that Trey is doing. And he just bats your sword down straight into the ground and pushes you off. Trey comes in for another awkward strike and he just sidesteps, grabs him by the collar of his armor and tosses him to the side.
Anastasia goes to attack while he's throwing Trey off to the side.
Okay, make an attack roll.
That is a 216 to attack.
As you do so, he's like, oh, and he twists his body in the air, pushes off your sword, and backs out. He's like, very good. Taking opportunities while your opponent's distracted with another foe. Trey tries to come up from behind. But he just closes his eyes for a moment, steps to the side. Trey lands down in front of him. And he kicks him in the stomach and sends him flying away from his weapon.
Associate goes over and offers a hand out to Trey.
Trey looks at you. He's like, "What are you doing? We're in the middle of sparring."
Acting like a knight and offering to help when my comrades fall down.
You finally feel a sharp kick to the ribs as you're sent flying.
Alright.
As you tumble up and stand up, again, Laurentieve is there. He drops his foot to the ground. Well, being knightly is something that's good for one's face. A sharp kick in the ribs while you're distracted is going to make you lose it all the same. You can be all chivalrous when you're strong enough to do so.
This is like cracks his neck as he feels his ribs start to realign themselves from where they were pushed a little out of place. And he runs up and charges his brother again. This time trying to anticipate his brother's attack to go in the opposite direction.
Okay. Go ahead and make an attack roll.
That is a 214.
He sees you suddenly cut to the other side, and he gives you a proud smile. As you're coming in for a pretty clean hit. You see his shadow kind of go out, but this time crawling up his body. And as you strike, your blade slips through him. And he stands there, cloaked in shadow, his weapon enhanced by his shadow, and in a pretty badass form. And he says, "Anas, you have what it takes to be a knight. But I'm your big brother." So he swings his blade in your direction, and from a distance, you seem like you'd be in the clear, but the shadow extends from his blade, striking at you.
He attempts to dodge out of the way in defense.
As you attempt to dodge out of the way, the blade of shadow hits you, but turns sticky, grappling you and bringing you to the ground. He holds his sword up to you. Yeah, it's cheating, but it looks cool.
Just rolls his eyes as he's trying to struggle out.
As you struggle, the shadow begins to overtake you.
Hey!
Darkness suddenly envelops you. And before you realize it, you're in your room. We go to Sebastian. You're reaching in for your gear. Actually, we're at about the 3-hour mark. Does anyone need a bathroom break for this last hour?
Yeah. Yeah, just
No, he can't escape this.
no, just
No,
like
I'll
let me
let
run
him
away for a little
ruminate
bit.
a little bit longer. We'll take like a 5 to 10 minute break.
Yeah.
Real quick, go to the bathroom,
All right.
and we'll be right back.
be happy right now.
Yes, no joy, no glee, only
joy.
absolute
she's-
despair.
As she's sitting
so
there, but I'm cute.
He is, but I need to focus on being traumatized.
She's been very adorable all session.
During Anastasia's backstory, she brought me her mouse.
Oh, Father, I require training.
She likes playing fetch. She will chase it, bring it back like repeatedly until she gets tired.
So, you open the combat gear chests. You find just darkness. What do you retrieve from the chest?
Due to his position, he doesn't really have a weapon. He has observation equipment, writing tools, and some light protection.
Okay.
His role's not for fighting.
As you pull your items out from the void, they are all just as you remember them. Your tactics book, your armor, which doesn't fit you, as you have grown much bigger since then.
Toss it to the side.
Your allies will look at you.
He goes to make no explanation of his actions.
They don't seem to question it. The scrimmage is simple, but difficult. It is to retrieve an object inside of urban territory. You're to come across several bits of resistance in the form of combat dummies. Though each combat dummy does have live rounds that will kill you. Though you and 091 have already looked at the course, plotted everything out. Somewhat against the rules.
Gotta do what you can to win.
And so far there's been no repercussions. You know where everything is. You know the fastest route.
As well, going through his tactics book, just kind of remembering everything clear, flipping through the diagrams of the course they're going through, the routes that each of their team needs to make, leading to the notes on direct orders of how to increase individual scores the highest they can be. The numbers needed to get you past elimination.
And you also remember what happened last time.
I do.
And you know that you'll be ambushed if you take the course as you planned it out. 091 will go off course, going out of their way, taking a less optimal route, but will come up and hit you guys when you are most vulnerable. But you're stuck. Because the route you're taking is the most optimal route. If you divert and he takes notice, then all he has to do is take the direct route and will win. But if you go on course, you'll be pincered between their team and the combat dummies.
Can Sebastian analyze this? A
Sure,
situation
you can make a
he's
tactics
analyzed
roll.
endlessly. He wants to see specifically. He wants to change the position to make 091 the one being ambushed. 091 is the one who's going to be eliminated today.
Okay.
$148.
148. You're much better at tactics than you were back in the day. Granted, you were 100%, you had the most optimal, least obtrusive, least risky route. A few small changes. It would take sacrificing an ally,
He has no qualms with that.
but you could lure the enemies into attacking. You would need to take 129 and have him engage the combat dummies, while you and 108 and 012 go off course, and it's surely a death sentence. But it will give you just enough time to engage 091's group with, well, the biggest amount of surprise, but you'll be short one person to do so. You need an edge. You need something that can give you and your teammates an edge. You
Sebastian.
focus deeply on what you want to do more than anything. You want to stop 091. You'll do anything to do so. What do you want to stop 091 with?
The training dummies themselves. Lure them to a position, and his group will be open fire upon.
Okay. So, the dummies don't move, typically, or at least not from their positions. But you think there has to be some way. Looking into the box, you find a strange object. Rectangular, black, with visible white wires going through a glass panel on the side. Do you pick it up?
Yes.
As you do so, you hear eldritch whispers in your ear that tell you how to work the box.
He follows the instructions. He uses it.
Okay. We'll get to that in a minute. You go to your starting positions. You take off. Heading off with your teammates. You look over the surrounding area. They have a general idea of the map as well. When you command 129 to go off into a corridor, as you, 012, and 108 take off, 108 suddenly takes objection. If there's dummies there, that's a death trap. He's gonna need backup.
He doesn't.
How do you convince him? Persuasion.
I don't have. Okay, the only I'll use the only charisma social skill I have. I understand you're the leader. A failure in following my tactics will most likely lead in our elimination. I'm very certain you don't want to be eliminated. Try using intimidation.
Okay.
$85.
You say it with such conviction and determination that 108 pauses. As 129 goes running off into the hall, unaware of what's going on. 012 seems unsure, and this time lag is very bad for you guys.
Sebastian continues on with his new strategy.
Okay. You move on. 012, the support, doesn't know what to do and goes with you. 108 hesitates, but after a moment, seeing your determination, follows after you. You guys hit a corner. You just see these dark gray halls around. You peek around and you see 091's group peering around a corner, getting ready. You hear gunshots. And they begin moving in that direction, 091 bringing up the rear. And you know now is the time to strike. You, 012, and 108, as quietly as you can, make around the corner. 091 seems aware, though, and he halts his team, and you're squared off. You hold the black box. I need you to make a tactics roll.
Great time for a good roll. 196.
196. All right. The 180 difficulty. The black box materializes a level 3 construct. Essentially, it's called the command box. You make a tactics roll, and for 1 round, it summons a creature based on what you make on the tactics roll. After that round, it dissipates.
There's another step in this plan.
Okay.
As Sebastian picked this location because he knew of the training dummy positions, this distraction is so Sebastian can use his psychokinetics to place training dummies two in the only directions of their escape. So if they try to run, they will be shot.
Okay. Go ahead and make the appropriate rolls to do so.
That's an easy check.
Don't forget to put them in the chat.
Of course. Jesus, well, let's see. Cool, I can lift up to 200 pounds.
We'll say it's enough. As you place off one of the other drones, fortunately, you have the black box, the command box, which allows you to create another creature of similar-ish ability to block them off. They turn and look to 091, who seems very confused and has no idea how to counter this. And all he does is just he points to you. He's like, target 077. And you're attacked by 3 other individuals. The first one. Shooting you with their gun.
He uses a shield.
Okay.
That, literally one off from that part. Just bumps up by a single point. I got a 179 on my roll. Bumps up to 180.
Rough.
God. There it is. Okay. 1,000 life point shield.
Okay. The shield eats the bullets as several fire into it. Their support tries to eat your shield with their destroy matrices, but your support comes up and destroys their destruction of matrices. And their leader comes up and makes several attacks against your shield, but it holds. While your leader begins to increase the heat in their general vicinity as the surrounding floor and walls begin to burn hot. Seeing that they have nothing to do, they begin to become stressed, looking to 091, who does not know how to counter this, did not plan for this, and seems very out of their element. He tells them again to attack 077. But with the surrounding heat, they know they'll be cooked alive if they stay here any longer. They decide to go up against the training dummies.
As he's ordering his men, just Sebastian's voice, carrying, but not loud, just, you've always been a second-rate tactician.
They turn and are dealing with the bots, but they are getting pressed as they are split up. What do you do, Sebastian? 091 is currently vulnerable.
Ooh. Sebastian thinks through this, as it's a lot of conflicting emotions here. Emotions that he shoves down to the deepest recesses of his mind. While killing 091 would fulfill some satisfaction, at the same time, Sebastian can't blame him for his actions. Sebastian has set his trap already. He stays, he's going to be cooked and burned. He runs, he will be shot and killed. It's checkmate. So Sebastian just starts getting his team ready to go finish the mission, paying no mind to 091.
You prep them to move. You reinforce your defenses. You ensure that you create another enemy for them to face as the other one fades out after the round. And he's left in checkmate. He has no moves to make. He's just slowly watching his team fall apart. And just as he's starting to feel the burn to melt away, he does a last-ditch effort to make his way, to push through his allies, and gets gunned down.
Hearing the gunshots, Sebastian turns to 108. Let's finish the mission. Come.
He nods. And as you turn to continue the mission, you find yourself in a large stone room. You look behind you. You see the bridge. You look in front of you, and there's another stone door. But in your hand, you hold the command box. There is writing on the stone door in front of you, but as you look at it, it begins to fill with darkness that reshapes itself into words that you can understand. Determination, passion, a strong desire to attain a goal. These are all roads that lead to Noah.
Is there anyone on the bridge?
You see Sigfrida, you see Hellion, and you see Ken, who all see you, and Ken comes running over. And he's like, hey, where's everyone else?
Unsure. As he just keeps pressing forward.
To open the next stone door.
More of, he wants to just be away from these people for a little bit.
Okay.
He's, as much as he'd like to open that door, he has people that he needs to wait for before he presses on to something like that. No, unless do the three here, do they acknowledge the stone door at all?
Yeah, they see it.
Yeah.
It's just whatever this blank or that shadowy abyss led to is just a small square room that leads to another door.
He wants to wait for the party,
Okay.
but he just goes off a bit to show emotion.
And unfortunately, we're going to have to call the session a wee bit early tonight because the next part's going to take a bit of time as we have 3 more people to get through their trials, as it were.
Fair, I suppose.
I would hate to get halfway through one person's trial. So, before we talk about the session, let's real quick do experience.
Fuck you.
Interpretation for the session, I'm going to give you guys 30 points. We went through a lot of your backstories, in some small capacity at least. We learned a lot about your characters, and I think we all have some new perspectives. 3 experience for being here. I'm Sasay, don't worry about that. Difficult actions. Yes, but only for Alex. You get 3 points for passing your trial on the first go.
Not surprised it's the cold-hearted bastard that makes it through in one sitting.
For the rest of you, I will just say determination, passion, and a clear goal.
Our characters don't know that.
No, they
Shut
don't.
your mouth.
But if a lot of these stories were realistic, then some characters would just get stuck in limbo forever.
Well, no, we do have the benefit of Anastasia talking about his true gods and what they're about. And this is certainly no A-tier has done this. They would not be so cruel to the Skellig again and again and again and again.
No segment closure, as you guys are just starting a new segment. Combat experience, you each get 5 combat experience. Because the fights were difficult, but you couldn't lose, because even failure seems to lead to restarting, so...
It's fine, as long as I don't get killed by Aaron Black. That's unacceptable.
Hello, Titan X Skull. Welcome.
And it's really bad. Don't get killed by Iron Black, please.
If you're enjoying the stream, please follow so you can keep up with us as we do this every Sunday, Wednesday, and Monday. Granted, Sunday is the only game we do Cradle to Crypt. Let's see. Most of the player awards are kind of not in play this time around, as there's different challenges to each. So whether one does more damage or takes more damage becomes a little more relevant. Though we'll give the Pity Award nope, never mind. No player awards. Y'all had pitiable experiences. But I think it's more important to look at player nominations and or kudos. If any of y'all think anyone did particularly good along their storylines.
Fucking Sebastian on one hand. Casualties mean nothing to me. I'm stone cold bitch. Steps out, but I'm gonna wait for him. Just because I need a team. In case I need to sacrifice anybody or something.
I'll say, yeah. Go ahead and take a player award. Sebastian.
More kudos. Poor Finwith having to relive that entire moment all over again.
God.
Finwith gets the award for finding out the truth, even though you wouldn't like it.
Oh no, he's fucking incensed. It's like the only solid name he's ever gotten for like somebody who's like super connected. Like, this is the guy that got them all together, and there's all these dumbass stories of shit that didn't happen at the fight. It's like that's the one concrete person he's had to kind of like spit blame towards, and now he's literally it. He's literally the asshole who did it, who murdered everybody there. He's so mad. He's so mad. Aaron Black's a dick.
Aaron Black is the dick.
He wasn't one of my nicer characters, no.
Also, you could not see him because he had an insanely high stealth.
I remember Devin's talked about his stats like 1 billion times, but he didn't get surprised, stabbed, and murdered, so.
True.
No,
Yeah.
you got a really good notice against his stealth, so you didn't get surprise attacked. Which is good, because that dagger sucks.
Yeah, it did. It did suck. Luckily, I have a lot of health, even
True.
after the Cerberus fight.
Any other player nominations and/or kudos?
Anastasia, your family.
Yeah.
Oh, God. That's a wreck. It's a fucking sitcom over there. Not a
Anastasia
comedy.
and Suzanne, take 2 player awards. Suzanne has done nothing but ask me questions about her storyline and paint it out. We have a full, like, lineage
Family
line
tree, yeah.
for people here. We have fleshed out Rosencrantz so much in our spare time. You deserve these 2 player awards. As this interesting storyline you guys are hearing about is all about from questions that Suzanne has asked
Listen,
about her.
we can't
family.
all just talk to you all the time, Cameron.
I mean,
Like-
but you can ask me questions anytime.
True.
Have
I
you
was-
ever tried to have a conversation with you over Discord text?
Yes, plenty of times actually.
I'll say it was very clear there was a lot of thought put into it on both sides, which lent a lot to it. So I was gonna mention.
Yeah. Also, we know you got a twinsy now.
Yeah.
If Finwith
did.
asked, Anastasia would have said he had a twin.
Oh, Finwith doesn't like to talk about family a lot, mostly because it just ends up really sad because he's really alone right now.
Wait till Finwith walks into this sitcom of a mess.
Oh, that's gonna be fun. He's gonna try and make friends with your entire family.
Good luck.
So yeah.
True.
Yeah, I got that.
Any other nominations and/or kudos?
I'd say Alexei for that whole fight, trying his hardest to change the scenario, and it somehow didn't quite work out.
Oh no, they backfired.
Yeah.
You got real good rolls. You were doing real good against it. Unfortunately, it looks like you slaughtered all your friends.
It sucks.
Yeah.
Having a bad
Go ahead, take a
time.
pity award for that. It's called Primal Scream. Of the effects that can come from Primal Scream, you got the worst one. It inflicted madness.
Nice.
There's others. There's rage, terror. What are the other ones?
That monster sucks, by the way.
It really does. It can do anywhere between 1 and 5 attacks on a given round. And the attack, when it has the most attacks, it just aims for your fucking head 5 times. So yeah. Let's see. Terror, rage, pain, weakness, and madness. All of its primal screams are fucking terrible.
All suck.
Hey, you mind bringing me a piece of that?
It's like a beholder, but instead of eye stalks, it just screams at you.
Yeah, it only screams after you do 1,000 life points of damage. Which,
Yeah.
hey, Alexi's great at dumping damage on creatures.
You gotta be when you're in the frost color. You fight you fight like this shit, for example.
Yeah, this isn't one of the least fun ones.
Yeah, but definitely kudos for the little look of horror you and your buddy had to give each other as you're like, oh no. Before you're consumed by the black and like, oh no, I gotta do it again. And again.
Any other nominations and or kudos?
I really like the scene Finn with interacting with his friend. It was a really nice glimpse into what he was like before all of that happened.
It's one of those sweet, sad moments because it was so nice. And then, like, over time, just getting that inkling of, like, oh, I know what this is. Oh, okay.
The
I know what's going
Bittersweet
on.
Award. Go ahead and take it, Finwith.
Yeah. He normally would have been even more like chipper for it all had it been like, not before everybody dies. But yeah. Still tried to soak it up for a bit.
So less of a Sebastian one and more of one for Alex, just watching the fear overtake him as he realizes what's going on. That was priceless.
Yeah. I like I said, I did really well just keeping a fucking clasp on all of this. And the first time his backstory comes up, I'm fucking living through it. God. The funniest thing is this would have come up literally in the airship if Anastasia mentioned what Radovan was talking about. Literally, if Anastasia just said like, "Oh yeah, my Radovan was asking about this," some of it would have come up. But it didn't. There's a moment too. I assure you, if you see the VOD for that session, something gets mentioned, and immediately my eyebrows just shoot up like in fear. And I'm like, please don't mention it. Please don't mention it. Please don't mention it. Oh, thank God you didn't.
Any other nominations and or kudos?
There's the part in Anastasia's story where it's like, oh, it's mom. This is gonna be like really wholesome, and it kind of was. And then you find out, and then it's like, oh, mom's racist. Oh no, it's downhill like really quickly.
No, it's the whole family. Fodder. Fuck the other.
The mom was just the blindside one, I think.
Yeah.
I love your older brother. Just pinch his cheeks. Ooh, baby, and stuff. Sorry, enough.
And then being extremely cocky to go, yeah, it's cheating, but it looks cool.
There's a lot of personality.
Also, small kudos as well for specifically the lashback at your twin for like being a dick to you and be like, well, I guess I should just fucking die then. It wouldn't be a problem if you like didn't have a twin. It's like, okay, so maybe I overreacted a bit.
It's an honest reaction for twins, especially if one it feels like they're being dragged down by the other. Just cut the dead wing off so you fly higher.
It's also just like gun. It's just like both of you pulled a gun on each side. Like,
Trust no one, not even your twin.
So,
Especially not when your whole family is like, hey, your twin's better than you. Aren't you guys supposed to be exactly the same person for some reason? Family.
I think I can gather which one of the stories was your guys' favorites, but I'll ask first. How did you guys like my impromptu diving into your backstories?
So much fun.
I'm glad we opened the door. As much as
Yeah.
fun with this, like, maybe we shouldn't have opened the door.
Yeah.
Oh no, I was like, we shouldn't piss off, the god of this place, whatever that Anastasia had mentioned. We pissed him off anyway. I guess. Scott's inscrutable.
Good. I decided to do this after we started the session. I was just like, I knew what I wanted to be a trial behind the door. I did not know what I wanted to do for the trial until you guys opened the door, and I was like, okay, I know what I'm gonna do. And I picked for most of you, I don't know actually a lot about Devin's character's backstory.
Sure.
So I just picked the most important moments in your character's backstories on what drove you to be the person you are today.
Though I will say, you picked the best one for Sebastian to live through, as the other thing would have fucked him and me up for a bit.
Can't wait for that.
God.
Plus, you get the sweet vindication of winning first run. Everybody else is eventually gonna pop back out and be like, oh, "Fuck, I lived the same like 3 days again and again and again," and they're like, "Oh no, I lived the same literally just 1 day."
See,
rough.
I thought like when it was just like when literally right when you guys like started, I was like, okay, so I feel like I thought the situation was gonna be like, because all of us were like fighting against kind of what happened. Then Anastasia was an outlier where I was like, but like I thought it was if we fight against the outcome of what happened and try to change the past, you'll be reset. And then I was thinking like, if this is how it is, Sebastian's gonna be in there for a while.
Yeah, it's free training.
Not even free training. It's he can't accept like he's in a position where he has to lose. He doesn't like that. He doesn't want to feel weak. He's strong. And it would be a thing he'd have to come to terms with that would take him a while. I was like, he was totally gonna be the last person out of this. And then he got out and was like, okay. Well, my theory's broken.
Yeah. Each of you had your own routes through your pasts, whether it was just reliving the time with close friends nearby, or asking questions about the way things were, or doing your best to confront the terrible thing in your past. You all went through your various pasts in very interesting ways. I'm sure I know the answer to this, but which backstory did you guys like going through the most? Seeing the perspective of said character. Whether as a character you had a lot of questions about their pasts, or just the events were more interesting.
I really liked Sebastian's. It was a nice glimpse into some of the stuff he's experienced. And definitely a very big change from what we know compared to the other characters.
Mountain, moth, laboratory.
Well, that and the situation he was in was extremely different comparative to most normal backstories.
People had guns.
Whips out the void box, guns everywhere, training dummy automatons, number names.
I put his number down by his character name.
That's such a hard one. I like...
You can even like your own. That's perfectly okay.
Oh, no. I wasn't going to say that. All three of theirs have like something in it that I really, really enjoyed.
Same. I'm in the same boat.
With Sebastian, it was just getting to know more about Sebastian and learning some of his backstory, because he's a very like clammed up character, which is really cool. And then just seeing the trauma of like looking down, oh, these two kids were killed, sort of moment. With Finwith, it was the just the determination to try and find answers, and then kind of having a bias in the fact that one of my old characters made an appearance after like 5 years. It was kind of cool, and then just I think you played him really well, actually, Cameron.
Yeah. I thought about doing it the way before, where like he just seems super duper charismatic for some reason, but I don't think that would properly get what was really fun for you on the character.
Yeah, it was more like Devin got to play him.
Yeah, so it was mostly
Just a little.
oh, just this huge like epic moment.
The words of God has been spoken.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's terrible.
And man, just filled with hate this one.
And then Anastasia is just like a very well developed and organic seeming family. Like, don't get me wrong, a lot of your family are shitters, but it was the dynamic between each of them is very like organic, and you were definitely playing off like the sibling spitefulness with your twin, and the kind of earnestness of like having to fulfill the role of being like the special of the two twins, while at the same time being in the shadow of your brother, who's like the favorite and stuff.
How'd you like interacting with your family, by the way? Because this is actually something she and I never discussed. This is our first time meeting her family in game.
It was definitely a ride. Kind of how I pictured it, somewhat not. I both predicted a couple things of it, and a lot of it I also did not expect. So it was a nice roller coaster to go through.
How about the other two? What were your favorite stories?
I was not expecting the oldest to have the ability.
Yes.
I am in a very similar boat to Devin, as I didn't have like a favorite. I just really liked like everybody's like I said earlier, Finwith's like those friendly moments before the battle, like it was that slow, like because I was at first like, oh, okay, I'm wondering, because you're the first in like the whole order, I was wondering what was actually going on, and over time piecing it together, oh no, and piecing together and like getting that like slow burn, at least for me, of how this is gonna end, and just being friendly with these people that are obviously dead, and then for Alexei, just that fighting a fight that you know you've lost before and trying your damnedest to change the outcome, and it's just not turning out. And then Anastasia is like, and then you really prepared backstory and interesting family. A lot of effort and care was clearly put into it, and all three of them had like big things that I just really loved. So I didn't really have a favorite, but also ouch, mine. Fuck. It's a thing that I've been thinking of, like, because when you described the scene, I was immediately like planning for so many different shit. Like, when does this take place? Does this take place that day? Am I gonna have to encounter someone else? Like, planning for so many different things going on, which both Sebastian was when he was walking down that hallway, and I was throughout all three of your backstories. It was a moment where it was one of those fun character moments where my own thought process and Sebastian's were very similar. Our reactions were the same, so I could very easily think through it. The only part that threw me for a loop was what to do at the end when 091 was standing there, just kind of helpless. Because I was trying to figure out if Sebastian would kill him himself, or I don't know, just do something different. Because it's not personal for Sebastian.
You almost failed the challenge, actually, at the very end.
I did?
Yeah.
Oh God. How so? I'm curious. It's not going to spoil, like.
I mean, you guys already have the hint of what the other door says. To achieve what you want to do and then drop it is against the way of Noah. If you had spared him, for instance, you would have failed. Even by topping him, you would have failed the challenge. You had to have one thing in particular. And your kind of slowly let him just suffer and then choose his own death was close enough where you passed the challenge, just because it was a very Sebastian way to do it. you know, you had gotten success. He will die, but he chooses. Where the way of Noah would have been more of if you made a decisive blow against your target. But as a tactician, checkmating your opponent and letting them, spin in circles as their doom closes in on both sides is just as good as doing the deed yourself.
Yep.
He proved he was a second-rate tactician. Otherwise, he would have found a way out.
Exactly.
Also proof that you guys can somewhat change the events of what happens. Well,
Yeah, but they don't.
In the
They don't
dreamscape.
change. Yeah.
So Sebastian still got betrayed that day.
Let's see. I'd say like at surface, besides like Sebastian's being kind of like the funnest to watch happen, just because it's a bunch of rats in a maze murdering the shit out of each other, with fun, shiny sci-fi trinkets. I think just how natural it felt stepping into Anastasia's home probably makes that one my favorite out of the three others versus my own, which I just kind of put in its own category because it's different when it's your character, for the most part, at least if it's something that's like super important to them. Because this is gonna be bad. This is not gonna be good. Regardless of how it ends, regardless of how many times Finwith goes through. You handed him what he had right before the worst.
These are defining moments in your characters' lives.
Yes, it is. But still. So that's gonna be fun. I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to think on it.
It's fair.
But I think Finwith is probably gonna have to go through it a couple times.
It's possible. There's only a small requirement that needs to be made. And that kind of just depends on your characters and what they want.
It's hard to let go of that.
Also,
if he gets to repeat this, is what I mean.
How did you enjoy the fact that I made Finwith's father the prior shaman?
I didn't have too much on the specifics of them just because I enjoy giving you free reign. It does make Finwith's highly specific shamanism feel less like he's just a weird wizard failure and more like, a sculling shaman. Versus like the other clans maybe having a wider range of different teachings. Because the sculling are, of course, unique in the fact that they're like, oh no, the Devourer is a fucking god. Versus everybody else going, no, that's a huge fucking monster that is the child of God. So like, no, that's a god. We like that one. So I think it fits, though it also makes me more sad because like, Finwith, you're not good at this. Responsibilities, talking to people. He just wants everybody to like him.
Exactly. I wanted to emphasize that Finwith kind of became a shaman prematurely. He's not really the voice of wisdom or, the spiritual leader of his group. He's just got shaman powers. And your father being the prior shaman and then leaving before his time kind of makes sense as to why you got the shaman abilities, just not the shaman role.
If in chat, don't throw down a challenge if you're not ready to die for it. That was fun. I'm pretty sure though that Finwith is probably going to fail it a couple times just to try and soak up as much as he can because he's sad alone and all these people are dead. He knows he can't undo this. No matter how this vision could go, I don't think he would ever believe that it would actually change anything. That's ridiculous. That never happens in Tales.
And
The heroes
Suzanne,
never do.
for a moment in your character's life, that seems pretty mundane. It's a pretty mundane, easygoing day. This is supposed to be a life-changing day for your character.
Yeah, Anastasia wasn't sure what to do, so he just went through the motions, kind of reminiscing on how things were before the torpor.
I do have to say, I thank all of you for kind of just going with the roll of things. You didn't overly question the moment. You didn't overly question what was going on. That would have been just as viable, I think. But the fact that your characters kind of just got into the role of things and went through it made it so much better. We could do so much more backstory diving because you guys went with the role of things.
Even besides like my own thought of like I should probably like I even thought like I should play along with this a bit because if I just am like, well, who are you? What's going on? I hate you. You betrayed me. Grr. Like if I just started doing that as Sebastian, that would have kind of cut a lot of it. But then besides like the kind of meta reason too, like Sebastian went through it. Like I'm here at first. I'm playing along to gain information. I'm figuring out when this is and what the situation is because he has so many things he's looking out for. And then once he determined it, his motive became a bit more selfish, as he had the person that bested him in front of him. Sebastian's older, smarter, and more powerful. So Sebastian could win this time, and he needed that.
And you successfully bullied children. Good job.
Exactly.
In fact, you successfully murdered children.
Yes.
First, I honestly have to say that the Anastasia's backstory was probably my favorite. Just because she and I have been talking about a lot. I get squeezed for questions all the time on it. So it's nice to put it to practice. Also, City Rosencrantz itself is important in 2 games and to your characters in 2 games in a sense. So being able to elaborate more on City Rosencrantz is always fun. It's probably the first city I've ever developed in a tabletop, really. And I've
fucking Jock Hickville team will show up in Rosencrantz one day and be talking to the other party and be like, how do we know way more than you guys? Our collective intelligence is what, 5? 5.
I have 6.
Yes, Finwith also has a 6. You're not special. But we're dragged down by those 2 lunks.
I mean, Alexi also has a 6.
Oh, that's right, because Bjorn had a 5, Alexi has a 6. So our average is 6. We won't look at Anastasia. He's still young. Well over a century-old vampire.
Is your intelligence a 5? Fair, it's a dump stat.
Yeah.
Useless.
No.
Intelligence is useless. There's no need for it. Who the fuck me? Actually, the only one here is... No, it's power. Never mind. Fuck that. I was about to say style's important because it's style and it's cool. But that's a power stat. Who needs all of this intellect skill? Fuck that.
Looks at my wizarding stuff.
Helps your tactics rolls too.
That's besides the point. I don't use my intelligence for that. I just dump every development point I can into that baby.
No. Willpower is a dump stat. That way you can take vulnerable to possession and fuck your entire party one day.
That's my best stat.
But yeah, so I thoroughly enjoyed that one, but it's also interesting to take these different characters' perspectives. Revealing Alex's hand suddenly to the party has been fun in my own way.
It was really fun.
Also, don't forget the artifact. You might want to make some monsters ahead of time.
I can just summon again.
You somewhat loosely.
By the way, could you I guess send me a write-up of what it does, and I'll come up. I'll create some stuff. I just need it written down.
It's a pretty simple concept.
Yeah, it's just I don't want any if I'm making my own stuff, I don't want anything up to my own interpretation from what I wrote down in the session. I want it clear, so I do it right.
How do you like the new
just
box,
gonna be
by the way?
offended.
I like this new toy. It's gonna be fun.
It's a good toy.
Tisk, tisk.
It's not a super powerful toy in a sense.
I can see the use in it though.
It's got a lot of uses. It's got
Yeah.
a lot of dynamics that you can use with it.
I think it's gonna be fun, especially because it's tied to his tactics. So I can see Sebastian using it a lot because it's just
You were given the
tactics.
right tool,
Exactly.
as Noah likes to do.
Just when everyone comes out, he's like, "Look at my fun little box. Ignore the trauma."
Ignore the trauma. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I could talk forever about the various characters. I'm glad you guys liked Anastasier's family. Also, Vitella are interesting because they view humans as fodder. But it's not untrue for them.
It's a food source, and they live so much smaller lives. So yeah, I know why. It's more just like you go referring to mortals as fodder, and then the mortals hunt you, and then you're like, I can't believe. Did you know that outside the city they hunt us?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like cows, right? It's like we eat cows all the time, but cows kill a lot of people every year, actually. A surprising amount.
Unbelievable. Stick straw into their Capri Sun human.
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't know why they wouldn't, like just accept this.
But you guys also got a little bit of an insight into the politics between the houses, what the Sorbons are up to. The Crow family is still a complete mystery that no one knows anything about.
But of the next loops, at least, I am more excited about Alexi's child. I want to see how the fuck he manages that, and if we find out anything more like in depth beyond just like what happened out of it.
Yeah.
It's
I
going
guess
to be
you need to talk to Cameron a whole bunch. Go on a road trip or something.
Hey, they're at home more than I am, so I don't know how I managed to talk
because
more.
we talk about Genshin Impact a lot.
True. Speaking of, we just got Alex back on the bandwagon, Val.
Yeah.
I just don't have a lot of time, and it's really hard if I don't have a fixation on something. It's really difficult to keep up with.
I'm only playing it because I need something to play, like do while I binge something until Cyberpunk comes out in like 3 days.
The only thing I have been able to like obsessively like keep up with every single day for any like real length of time was Terrasphere. That was the one thing I kept up with, and that was what, 2 years of role playing on that forum. And that is the only one where I have stayed that long.
Did it ever come back?
No, both of them just have too many IRL stuff, which I understand, though I am eternally heartbroken over it.
Well,
I miss Gwen.
thank you all so much for coming to the stream. I hope you all enjoyed the trauma of the group's backstories and dealing with their various NPCs. If you have not yet already, please follow. I won't ask for a subscription, but if you guys are here, you liked it, please follow. And then you can keep up with the story. We also are posting this to our YouTube channel at the Bella Gamer. And we will be doing this game every Sunday, 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. We have a game tomorrow at 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. for Pathfinder 2nd Edition, Whispers in the Dark. And we have another game on Wednesday, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. That is Grim Survival, the almost sister campaign to Cradle the Crypt. And I also game Tuesday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. So if you guys are interested in any of that, well, you know what to do. Not going to say it again. Anyway, say goodnight, everyone. Good night.
Nighty night.
Good night.